Are we good? Are we Gucci? Are we Gucci or nah? Or nah? Are we Gucci? Oh yeah, we're fucking Gucci. Okay, just get a link for this thing. Put this in the Discord, and we own right on our way. Okay. Okay, okay. Right guy is kind of a fly guy. I'm guessing you meant what's up? No, not a whole lot, just fucking juicing. That's what's up. What's up with you? Just fucking juicing. Gotta get some food. Damn. Hoping this ETH long plays out. Yeah, I don't know if you're watching the daily, but at the literally the last like 10 minutes of the day, we kind of pumped to close above the 200 moving average for once. So quite the daily candle close they just fought for. I was watching that while eating. Where should we start though? Where should we start? Let's just pause the music, right? Pause the music. What's the last fucking thing we said yesterday, right? When we got off the stream. Just pause this, switch the overlay real quick. What's the last thing we said? Also, if this happens, definitely stop loss break even type shit. Because if we get back up here and start to penetrate this and pull back, hella bullish, right? We've been talking about this level for super fucking long at this point. So, everyone that's been watching, you already fucking know. You already know what is good with this level, right? We did this, then we came down and we did this. So, you know what's good up here. This is like the last stand for the Bears again. Last motherfucking stand. This time when we came lower, that they won it, right? But now we're right fucking back. So we obviously want the fucking smoke up here. Want the smoke up here. Wanted them fucking smoke. Short, I wouldn't be expecting a particularly large move first of all, so take profit aggressively as well, right? Because like this might be the potential short. You get in like here somewhere in this region, and then we just kind of like bounce and go. So this is your trade, this distance. What ended up happening? It literally came right to the line on the lower time frame. Bing! Came back and then fucking ripped. Pixel perfect at the 4-hour level, right? So, you know, just goes to fucking show you, right? How many fucking times do we have to start the stream off just going back to look at clips from the past, right? God, I'm telling you guys, this game is fucking easy. Just fucking have plans, be prepared, and it's just a joke, guys. It's just a fucking joke! God damn. Goddamn. Secondly, got the next 3 TPs on our long hit and got into a short up here, by the way. Also, shout to our imaginary yellow fucking lines. Oh my god, how many fucking times? Ba-bing, ba-bing, ba-bing. God damn. These are the current trades we are in. God motherfucking damn. We have finally closed out most of this long, right? We opened this thing where? Way down here, right? We opened it literally right fucking here at 1007. Got our 6th TP hit on the way up here today at this purple line. So this thing's almost done, right? We got 1 Bitcoin left, so looking a little slim in terms of the long, and you already fucking know we got into the short up here. You already fucking know we got into the short at our yellow line, right? As per fucking usual. Goddamn. Shout out to the fucking math, shout out to the yellow line, shout out to the preparation, shout out to all that good shit as per usual. Don't mind me just talking my shit because I'm turned, right? Guys, it's not even CPI, BPI yet, guys. And we got the Fed meeting next week. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how I'm gonna fucking sleep. I literally don't know how I'm gonna fucking sleep. I'm fucking turned. I have my suspicions of this short working. Probably gonna get stopped on tiny profit, but that's okay, right? We got in it. Question is, how are we gonna add to the long, right? We'll kind of think about that in a second. Right guy, kind of a flying guy. Yeah, I broke the daily RSI trend line from the top. Yeah, if you kind of someone that trades like that, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, seems like it's time to fly here pretty soon. What a fucking day, right? God damn. Also talked about the whole gap thing yesterday, right? What's the last thing we were talking about? If we wanted to get into long, it was gonna be this type of shit where you kind of start ripping out of the gap. There you fucking go, right? By the way, at the yellow line again. Pink. Shout out to the yellow fucking lines. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick, but I'm gonna leave. I made a bunch of new songs. We got Drop That CPI Data, PPI Jules Poppin', Jerome Zone, right? We got all kinds of songs for this week. So I'm gonna go make some food real quick, like literally a couple minutes. I'm gonna toss some fruit in a bowl and get a protein bar. In the meantime, we'll let DJ Marcos go fucking stupid on the beat. And I'll be back and we'll get to it, right? Get some new daily levels, get planned for the entering another long, etc. Also, right, FOMC next week, so we gotta try and build up the short into a bigger position. And same with the long. I'm trying to be 100 Bitcoin deep, both directions, if not more, per fucking exchange, boy. But yeah, I'll be back. Let me turn this shit up.
Marcos, drop that data. CPI they scared we feast. Care more. CPI drop on lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. I'm kinda misguessing, I'm pressing the button. Whip got modes like recession coming. They watching CNBC, I'm dumping. Caught that fake out, then I'm pumping. Inflation scared, we like that bait. Yo, I'll go slow, my math too great. 0.6 B, I open gates. 0.2 miss, I still get plates. Red to green, my net worth beam. Pre-CPI, I scheme. Size in dark, pool streams. Charts blow up like dream for real. CPI, drop on lit. Woo. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. CPI flash, that's the spark. Spike that candle, then I park. Fibonacci in the dark. Hit my 618, then embark. Gas, food, shelter, watch that print. They press short, I press mint. They post charts, I post tint. That Bugatti met no Lambo keys, they rattle loud. Economics got the crowd, but I just stare, real unbowed. Cause I got edge, they not allowed. CPI, volatility divine. They pray for calm, I realign. Big tech move, I redefine. While they sweat news, I just recline. Woo. CPI, drop, I'm lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Red folder drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. They wait for Jerome, I wait for CPA. The math is the math. Bugatti sound like. Got 'em. PPI just dropped. We trade next. Math, Rex, Ice. PPI pop and count up Rex. Math too strong, I ain't fall for the trap. Go AP, got a face all black. Got a hit clean, made the wrist go crack. Richard Mille tick when the spike retract. Chart went red, now the coupe all matte. Stats don't lie, got the haters all flat. Made one move, now I'm up like that. Hopped in the market like who want smoke. They long that wick, I broke, they hope. Back this deep scene where it poke. Then drop that size, that precision cloak. Wrist game look like a data stream. PPI 5 got me sipping lean. Told my jeweler chart that gleam. Stats on lock, I just print the dream. PPI I pump, count up racks. Math too real, I don't trust no yak. Two-tone rollie, the best mismatch. Price went dumb, I let that pass. Chart went ghost, then I fade like flash. Big boy feels no need to bash. Candle wick low, then I let that slash. Ops got clapped off a retail stash. Micro move, but the payout large. Price that hit, now swipe that charge. Bag at face look like a chart. All up PP, I play my part. Math too icy, flows too cold. PPI hit, then I went gold. Bought new yacht off a mean threshold. Blue face day, never get sold. I ain't need no luck, just stats and time. PP, I whispered, I caught that sign. Haters loud, but they laid online. I just let my trades align. PP, I pump, count up racks. Math too strong, I ain't fall for the trap. Gold AP, got the face all black. That'll hit clean, made the wrist go crack. Richard Mills hit when the spike retract. Chart went red, now the coupe all matte. Stats don't lie, got the haters all flat. Made one move, now I'm up like that.
You guys don't believe in the math yet? That's my fucking question, right? Are you believing in the fucking math yet? God damn, I'm putting on a fucking clinic over here. Also, shout out to this Jerome Zone song. This thing's fucking straight heat. God damn.
Yeah.
God fucking damn.
Yeah. Right tight. Cut that. Talk to me, Jerome. Let's go. They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tag, I'm in my throne. Right go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Doves or hawks, they sweat all night. But I just fade, the math too right. Whip got clocks like the Fed got fear. Hold that squat when the dot plot near. Traders scream, I sip that clear. They got stops, I engineer. Headlines panic, I just glance. Levels hold like luxury pants. 618, my entry dance. FOMC, that's just advanced. Jerome speak loud, I whisper back. Caught that spike, then flip the stack. Balance sheet look wild on track, but I got feels, no time for they late on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Rate go up, I'm still full grown. Low dash hit pixel snipe. Cut a hike, I trade that hype. Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night. But I just fade, the math too right. Liquidity sweep, then breaks. Fade that wick, I clean that plate. 2-point move off FOMC. But I was there pre-debate. Macro flow, no tweets. Just big size and order sheets.
Okay, let's lower this a bit. Let's chill out for a bit, yeah? Let's not get too carried away. Let's not get emotional. Job is not done, right? Should have been more bullish on the Nasdaq and SPX for hanging around the 786 without dumping. I mean, yeah. Plus, we've been talking about the options data for days now, right? Like, people have been hedging for like moves up to here already. Especially, and on Wednesday it's even higher. So, yeah. Whatever, right? Always another trade. Who cares? Better to miss out on a trade than force one and lose money. The math has been good today. How are you doing? Not bad. Just got home from the gym, ate dinner. Now I'm about to have some, like, my next meal. And I mean, that was like 2 hours ago, so yeah. Showered, feeling good. Still using the long from the bottom. Not really. I mean, like, yeah, like I had all my next TPs hit. Like the next ones were like here, here, and here. Yeah, so I only have like 1 Bitcoin left in that thing, so it's basically done at this point. Not a whole lot going on with that. Did again a short though, although I have my suspicions. I'm just looking at some alts right now. Looking at some alts. It might have already been stopped out. Where's this thing? Yeah, we did, and we already got fucking got on this short anyways. Damn. Guess we mindful getting into another short. We start to clean up these higher levels. Also, what's going on with the gap here? Gap up again. Don't need this, don't need this. Thing is, I don't want to add to the long up here, right? Like, it's a little late to add to the long. I mean, if it just ends up running off without a pullback, so fucking be it, but let's show some discipline here. It's not FOMO into anything stupid. Kind of get into an ETH one though, to be honest. How much is this? I think it's a little late for this too, but I think we might be sitting on the sidelines here for a little bit. Like, well, obviously there's still some of the long running, but also I got back into like the whip spot bag, which has already been running. I got in on like the POC retest. Where is it? I got in here. So this spot bag's already up fucking almost 20%. Wow, boy. Also, did anyone see fucking this thing? God damn. This thing ended up doing 25 in the day. Almost did it up to 50% today. I have a spot bag of this, so that's nice to see it. This thing's getting so much action. Also, shout out to who was it? Who put me onto this? Like Kyle Shazay. Put me onto this thing like hella early, right? TP'd along the way, but we still have some of that bag remaining, so we'll see how this thing ends up going. Quite the move here, though. Also, Farcoin was ripping, right? Farcoin was also ripping today. I'm gonna assume all the ETH beta is about to be fucking sending, right? Now the ETH is sending too. Do I have a Discord? Yeah, I do. It's in like the video descriptions and whatnot. But I don't really like the only reason I made a Discord is because somebody was asking me stuff in the YouTube comments of a video. So I was like, okay, let's have somewhere where we can like write things down and whatnot. But yeah, sometimes people go in there and ask questions. Like the main use is when I'm not streaming. Whenever I don't stream, if I'm like out of town or whatever, I go post like my plans in there in writing. Other than that, it's not particularly active. Well, we'll see, right? As it grows bigger, I'm sure people will start to ask more questions, etc. That's the thing, right? The more questions people ask, the more active it becomes, the more everyone learns. So it's kind of up to you guys how you want to take that, do with that. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just like a free Discord, right? It's not like anything, no to pay or anything. Just so we can all go in there and yap together. I missed the first bit of the long, but managed to hop in on the pullback when the data was saying. Yeah, but what you keep saying that, what does it actually mean? Like, cause yeah, I work full time, catching a live streaming senior setups more difficult. I mean, usually at the start of the stream, so like I start the stream off by like doing a kind of recap of the trades from the last stream, and then at the end of the stream, I've been kind of doing this like I call it a juice box. You'll see this on the screen, right, with a bunch of text, and like whenever you see that on the screen, it's just me kind of just throwing out some trade ideas out there. Obviously, don't always cover everything, and some are more viable than others, but just kind of to get some ideas flowing. But yeah, I can imagine it's like if I'm streaming 4 hours a day, it's pretty hard for like any normal person to consume 4 hours every single day. But at the end of the day, you know, the point, the real point of this is that you don't have to see my setups, right? Just kind of learn what's going on, and then you can do it for yourself. You know, you don't need me. You can learn all this stuff literally in like 2 months, 3 months. It's really not that difficult. Probably the biggest difference between me and the people that are going to be watching is just how I manage risk, right? More than anything. Because like, when it comes to like identifying levels and all this crap and like looking at the data, it's really not that difficult. Assuming you put the time in to learn it. But risk management is the most important part. What do you do for work? That's my question. Pepe. Yeah, I was in a Pepe long on the weekend, but I ended up closed. Like I was in profit. I closed it out. But that's because the funding was so goddamn high. And then like Bitcoin was doing like the whole where was it? It was this thing yesterday, right? Another yellow line trade. I closed it out while Bitcoin was doing this. Because the funding was, it was one of the highest funding rates out of all the coins on the weekend. I mean, personally, I don't really trade patterns, but yeah, I mean, it looks like it's about to break out, right? I mean, anything. This is like another ETH beta, right? Like if you notice the top of the list right now, it's all like ETH stuff. Well, it was. Like Uni, ETH, Aave, Ethereum naming service, Curve, Pepe. Imagine right now that ETH is like doing this. A lot of ETH beta is going to be running, stablecoin beta, etc. I think it's a little late for these trades, right? At least for me right now. I got nothing to wait for some kind of pullback. I'm not trying to get in when these things are about to like start peaking on like the RSI and whatnot. I suspect like they'll probably do like sweep some kind of like whatever like the next level of interest is. Like let's say this, I'll probably do something like that. How are the hard time from oscillators looking on Bitcoin? Yeah, starting to get pretty high on the 4 hour as well. Can still run though, right? They can definitely still run to another leg up. But personally, I'd rather get in on a pullback than FOMO top blasting the long. And I still have some of this long remaining anyways, so. Trusted the chart. I mean, you should probably be looking at the data, right? The chart's not really gonna. Like, what's the open interest looking like? What's Bitcoin doing? At the end of the day, everything's like linked to Bitcoin, right? Like, if this was doing this today, do you think anything is fucking sending? No. So everything starts here. Well, I mean, everything starts in like the bond market and trickles down to the indexes, then just comes to here. But let's get some of this data going, because I'm very curious to see how the options data has changed. You know, me being the paranoid person I am, I'm expecting some kind of dump to be coming soon. We'll see, or at least some like sizable pullback on like the S&P and whatnot. Yeet. Something like that, perhaps. Do have a lot of market moving economic data coming out this week and next. So let's make sure we're prepared for everything, right? Have plans for everything. Bullish scenario, bearish scenario, scenario where we go sideways, etc. Don't let anything catch us off guard. As per usual. So let's update our levels. Also let's clean up some of this stuff. Need that, don't need that. So what's gold doing? What's the gold chart? Okay. Yeah, hopefully everyone's juicing on their trades, right? On a juicy day like today. Kind of like a no-brainer, press long, close eyes kind of day. Easy mode, everyone's a trader. 108 to 16. Mm. Waiting for a short position right now. Yeah, same. Same. I'm gonna open. We have to be careful though, because like these pullbacks might be like you know, in an ideal world, you want the short to start like going lower. But a lot of these short attempts might end up being like just fucking consolidation flag rip, consolidation flag rip. So I have to manage risk pretty well on these things. Let me just look at some of this data, get caught up on what I missed while eating. So check out this options data. Asked ChatGPT today what the measured move from this daily consolidation break on ETH would be. Sit around 4,600. I'd also break the monthly wedge. Yeah, I don't think there's really a whole point in thinking about targets. Just kind of look at the data as the chart goes. But there is, I mean, we talked about this like literally months ago. There is like a shit ton of shorts to like. I mean, they're all hedges, right? The thing is, because people have huge ETH bags. I think it was with you. Maybe it was with you or with somebody else. Whatever. I showed you guys the open interest on ETH, right? And there was literally billions and billions and billions of dollars of shorts just all here waiting to get squeezed. So yeah, quite the violent move incoming. If we start to like rip up here. Let's kind of zoom out actually. I want to see like how much open interest we're dealing with still, because there's still a lot of shorts to close, by the way, right? Like this whole move up, there's still a lot of shorts up here to close, like well into the 9 figures. Let's kind of get a feel for the open interest to the upside still on all these exchanges. Oh, sync takes so fucking long to load when you start to load up this much data. God damn. God damn. Yeah, there's still 5k on this. 5 plus another 3k here. So there's still 900 million shorts to squeeze on Binance. How much do we have on Bybit? 1.5 billion on this contract, and on here we have what? Not that much. Most of them close out actually. Not bad. ETH has not even hit 6-1 rate retracement yet. Sui is there before any other major altcoin, I think. move my keyboard a bit. I'm not sure. I don't know, like, watch the fibs that much on these things. And maybe that's true. I mean, Sui is also like Sui hype. What else? Like maybe like Farcoin. Those are like the biggest mind share right now, right? So I'd imagine these are all probably have relative strength compared to the rest of the market. How much of a move is this? Oh no, E fails again. It wouldn't surprise me. The coin has abused me so much. I mean, it's possible, right? I think everyone's trying to front run the whole staking ETF approval. And people have been trying to front run that, right? This whole move was like based on that. I mean, it wasn't just that, but like people are trying to front run that decision, which is quite likely to occur. Oh no, I mean, I talked about this like literally months ago at this point. Like, it was one of like the first streams we did, but like like ETH failing, quite unlikely, right? And the way I'm looking at it is like this: there are some fucking massive ETH whales, right? Like there are people that literally have like billions of dollars in this shit, millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. So if you don't think that they're gonna force this pump down your fucking throat, whether they believe in this shit or not, like, you're a bit naive. They're gonna get that one last exit pump, dump, and then whatever. They don't give a fuck at that point. But until that happens, I highly doubt we're not gonna see ETH rip to all-time highs. Too much money to defend in this thing. But that's just my opinion, right? I'm just some random guy on the internet. I don't know shit. It's just the way I'm looking at it in my head. What are we gonna do? That's the question, right? What are we gonna do while we wait for this stuff? So don't need that anymore.
flash. No emotions, this I wire. Risk reward, clean that's empire. They want hope, I want proof. You drop size, I drop truth. Chart bounce once I fade the rest. Bentley seats in a VWAP test. Everything math, never just guess. Roll the strain, now I hedge the stress. Options stack like commas bill. You chase height, I chase yield. They go
I want to get in on this thing.
my edge quiet, but it kill. Math. The math. The math. No fear, just math. They break, I grab. They beg, I laugh. The math. The math.
How's the order book looking?
The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Rolls Royce matte black. You'll stop hit that's that. This ain't luck. This ain't vibes.
People are dumping a lot of spot up here. A lot of spot people dumping. Interesting.
She bounced once. You press twice. Stop gone. Marcos. Yeah, I got 'em no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold. You said breakout, I said trap. Price came back, you took that slap. Watch your chart, all full of lines. None of them real, none of them mine. Mine just sit, breathe like silk. Yours just scream, mine just built. They press green, I press calm. They want rush, I want charm. They want loud, I want plan. You want moon, I hold land. Yeah, I got no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, don't survive. I plant lines, mine come alive. POC shift, I lean back. Value area high, I timed that trap. They got hit, full size drop. I didn't speak, I just watched.
You don't see it when it's quiet. You only feel it when it breaks. Me, I move like a shadow. You move when you should.
No chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got response. That's what happen when you rush. Cool. You got
Okay.
I just faded with a hush. I stay ready.
Okay.
You caught feelings. I caught feels. Marcos.
The data has been consumed in our brain. You guys think we're blasting past all-time highs or what? I'm almost suspicious. We could be doing this right here, right now. Spinning a lower high. Going down for another like month or two. Then blast off the end of the summer. Definitely in the cards. Let's not get too bullish. Definitely in the cards. Oh, so it was quite interesting that we stopped right here at this liquidation cluster, right? Mm-mm. How far is yesterday's gap? 4,000.
Same button, same verse, same chart, but worse. Same push, no verse. You fall, I don't curse. You got
Mm.
again,
Boom,
didn't
boom,
learn,
boom,
just
boom,
yourself.
boom.
Price reverse, clean within. Now you hold me then. You got again, new trade, same mistake, same trend. Said you change, but that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend. It wasn't personal. It was mad. You got again. Marcos.
Dashline yellow. They say it's fake. Till they liquidate. Marcos.
Imaginary lines, that's what they say. What? Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I mark in gray. Chalk out hard, I paint that play. Dashline glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. They don't believe, but they get clipped. Price hit once, then double dip. Line from Monday, still him fry. Pixel perfect, and they ask why. Yellow dash with silent threat. I don't redraw, I place and let. You post vibes, I post fills. You chase breakouts as I set kills. Line got tagged, they called it glitch. Next move came, I got rich. It ain't random, it's routine. You drink candle, I dream mean. Read 'em. Imaginary lines, that's what they say. What? Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I'm marking gray. Chalk out hard, I paint that play. Dashline glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. Plot that level, no emotion. Price went back like I stirred ocean. You long breakout, I low slow. Your green whip.
What a day though, goddamn. Did get back into the short, by the way. Did get back into the shorts.
Still hold firm while volume froze. You want answers, I want edge. You beg trend, I set the wedge. It's just a yellow line. Till your trade explodes on it.
By the way.
Then it's a prophecy. Marcos.
Hope we don't get stopped out again on that thing.
Imaginary lines, that's what they say. Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I
Have managed our risk though, right? Got our free roll at this point.
that play. Dashline glow, they call it luck.
Boom, 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 boom,
Price
boom.
bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines.
And then now I regret taping from the long. So like, I mean, who would have guessed such an aggressive move? But
The math is the math. Marcos.
I'll get rid of this for now. Not particularly relevant.
Don't need signs, don't need hype. Just numbers. Just trust. Marcos. I got faith in the math. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk back, I move exact. No emotion, just that map. Zone aligned.
Yeah, our long is looking real slim. And if we do add back to it, I want to add a lot, right? I want to have a size of, like, let's say we start ripping here to like, I don't know, 115 or something. And this is gonna want to be what we want to have your long sized up for FOMC type shit. Whatever pullback they give us now. Lock that. Ah, damn.
She bounced once, he pressed twice. Stop gone. Marcos. Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop, got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, my kid did the rest. You got, now you tweets and regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You on hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep then step. Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold. You said breakout, I said trap. Price came back, you took that slap. Watch your chart all full of lines. None of them real, none of them mine. Mine just sit, breathe like silk. Yours just scream, mine just built. They press green, I press calm. They want rush, I want charm. They want loud, I want plan. You want moon, I hold land. Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop, got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got, now you tweets and regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You on hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep then step. Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, they don't survive. I plant lines, mine come up live. POC shift, I lean back. Value area high, I time that trap. They got hit, full size drop. I didn't speak, I just watch. You don't see it when it's quiet. You only feel it when it break. Too late. Me, I move like a shadow. Yeah. You move when it shake. Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop, got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got. That's what happen when you rush. You got. I just faded with a hush. I stay ready.
stay loud, you caught feeling, I caught feels. Marcos. Yeah, it's hot in here. Not from the sun, from these stop loss fires. Marcos. Hey, 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 hey. Heat map red, I stepped in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent. I don't chase no spike, I trap it. Draw that fib 618, I map it. She said you sleep while it ran, I laugh. Woke up, TP got smacked, just magic. Porsche move clean when the levels align. You throw darts.
That should be good, y'all. Yeah, this is where most of the liquidity is to the downside.
Top floor view while the haters trip. They scalp noise. I took that flip, rich a meal ticket, like price on script. He said uptrend, I said don't slip.
Other than that, there's like a little bit here at like.
Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent.
Cookies in the wood, gusher strain. Chart did numbers, I ain't feel pain. He up $5, I blew out range. One big zone, now we ain't the same. Bentley slide with the VWAP mark. Chart bounced back like a go-kart spark. He said mad fake, then the fib went dark. Then came wick, then came spark. AP face match chart precision. I don't need hype, I need incision. They want vibes, I want conviction. He post losses, I post liquidation.
Heat map red, I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent.
Okay, cool.
He said he felt heat.
How much is this gap fill?
You don't feel it when you fade it right.
1,000.
Heat map. Marcos.
Let's see if we kind of grab this single print and go, or what, or what. Because we already have like lower time frame, like hidden bull divs, right? Bing, bing. So these things are also ripping. Might not even make it down here, to be honest. To be honest. There are some like pretty high time frame CBD bear divs, but in a situation like this, like when you're close to the all-time high, you can't really rely on them as much. You can just start blasting through that shit. Ain't no div saving you.
Passing waves. This tray feel timeless. Flips it like it's silence. Dicks don't lie, they righteous. Chart too clear, it's guidance. Don't chase moves like Gladys. Prices on, I light it. They draw hope, I ride it. Shots cloud. The math is timeless. I set size, then float. Watch them sweat while I coast. You trade loud, I'm ghost. Bali breeze, silk road. Palm trees, screen glow.
Pretty massive buy wall over 9.8. Basically right where we are now on perps. Should be hitting that thing right about now. Oh, interesting. Well, I was gonna say, things, I need to refresh this, thing's fucked. Okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna say, how the fuck do we get past that? That thing got punched through. How is this thing fucking, why does it do that? Anyways. Okay, we should be chilling on this short. I hope I have some decent size too, in case this ends up being like the top for a while. So we do want to try to get some sizable positions going for this week and next. Yellow lines, alright. Let me just take a moment to give a shout to the yellow fucking imaginary lines. Pepping. Pepping. God damn. Every fucking day. Shout to the math. Are you guys fucking with the math yet? Do you believe in the math? Or not? Or do you need to see it another 100 fucking times in a row before you start to believe? Oh yeah, the options data. Interesting, right? But gold was a kind of like a decision time. Like, is this gonna thing break out again, or is this gonna enter like a longer consolidation? This last leg is looking a little sus, right? Definitely like a weaker leg right here. I think I might do another leg lower. Especially given these like volume spikes again, right? Price is easy to manipulate. Volume, not so much. Very, very telling when you see some shit like this. Curious to see how that resolves itself as time progresses. We'll keep track of that as usual. Leave it on here for now while I look at some of this options data. Actually, also let's kind of do a quick look over Some of the Mag 7, right? How did the Mag 7 end up today? Interesting day for Microsoft, right? Yesterday kind of like potential topping tail as it broke the highs, but looks like it does want to go higher indeed. What was this on? Nothing. Yo, brother, I'm live right now as well and saw on. Shout out to you. 6110. Currently short BTC at this resistance area. Yeah, same. Kind of bounced off my imaginary line. I wasn't a short earlier, then I got stopped out break even, but I just got back into it. Have my stop loss break even again. Let's see if we kind of go lower and fill this gap or not. Yeah, but definitely make sure you manage your risk here because we're like in right above a massive liquidity cluster, right? With a poor high to clean. Definitely make sure you put your stop break even because we might just blast through this at any moment. This is what most people have priced in for tomorrow. This kind of range, the huge gamma strike at down here, and here obviously 6,000. These are the biggest ones. Bing. What about the day after? Same kind of story, but a little higher. This box is like that. And then on Wednesday, way higher. Way fucking higher. God damn. Oh yeah, bro is short as well. I mean, I'm usually in both, right? It's pretty rare I'm not in like a short and a long. Yeah, I'm still in a long, although it's like my first 3 TPs shaved 75% of the position, and then I had 3 more TPs hit, which was like another like 20%. So there's like 5% remaining. But there's still a little bit of the long left. Ideally, we can add to that today at some point. $48-hour finance heat map 1066. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I already got like a red box down here. You think anything's gonna pass me? You think I'm a fucking amateur? I got that bitch in the scope, boy. Got that bitch in the scope. Yeah, I see that. Like there's one here too, right? I'm more curious if we kind of, cause like if we come down to this level, like the gap fills here on CME, right? So I'm very curious to see if kind of like gap fill and just fucking start to rip again or what, or if we just start to rip without even filling the gap again. Also, world redo this, like kind of come up here, like tap this box and then go lower, clean up some of this garbage. Actually, no hopping in, buddy, locked in like a sniper. I mean, yeah, I gotta be. If not, I'm not making any money, so not much of a choice on that one. I'm just wondering where the most likely spot for a pullback is. So we might just leave all this shit behind, right? Don't have to go lower. Kind of like come up here, like just sit sideways while the oscillators reset, and then just rip again. Because right now they are getting pretty high. Even like the 4 hour and whatnot starting to get pretty toppy. I like the higher ones. These can still run a bit too. So maybe there's the lower ones reset a little and then we rip higher. Wouldn't be surprising at all. Especially because these are pumping too, right? The indexes are starting to like fly right now. Futures are flying. Curious if there's any news. Kinda gotta check up on that. I haven't checked in like an hour or two. Whenever we missed something. Nothing interesting there. Nothing interesting here.
Laid back on my desk like a throne. Charred up, gas lit. Side mine's too heavy.
ETH looks to be shaping up.
They keep talking about risk, but I am the range. Price hit my line, now he can't behave. I ain't even blink, caught the move like fate. They click long late, I reverse that wave. Smoking on pressure, chart glowing slow. Got a red box set.
Yeah, yeah.
I just draw, roll.
I mean, this is the time to do it. Like, we kind of talked about it a while, like I think before you ever came to the stream. But yeah, we were watching this like higher time frame stuff.
See the math, now she tryna live, sipping wok. Taking profits off rips, they need full setups.
There's gonna be a place where we're gonna do it. So far, it's so good.
Red wig, bang, bang. Chart talk slick, I slang, slang. Your little bag got bang. Ain't stressing no screen, I smoke. Top shelf haze, pure dope. They chase highs, I just float.
Whatever, let's not get too carried away either. Let's not get too carried away just yet.
TPO zones, 0.5 slap like a slap to the dome. Imaginary lines still bounce to the bone. They said fake till they margin gone.
026. What, where this thing is? Yeah.
Trades hit from Rome. Wick kiss close, you know that tone when it reject hard and they bags get blown.
Yeah, CPI is Wednesday. We also have PPI as well, amongst other things. It's just kind of, let's make sure we're all on the same page about what's going on this week. Because we have core CPI, GDP out of Japan, unemployment claims. Also, like the University of Michigan sentiment data and inflation expectations. It's the Fed meeting next week, right? It's the motherfucking Fed meeting. And on Monday, there's the Bank of Japan policy rate announcement. So that's pretty massive. Right. Japan used to have 0% interest rate, so people loan money from everywhere and bought like foreign assets. So they're like literally one of the biggest holders of foreign assets in the world, including U.S. Treasury notes. So if they increase their rates, that fucking impacts the market a lot, like what happened in the summer here. Right, I'm sure some of you guys remember that summer nuke we got. This whole event. This is all because of the Bank of Japan raised the rate by 0.25%. Also have retail sales, right? All kinds of good shit. Also, the UK is also announcing their rate change or not. So very big week, and it's options expiry next week too, right? The major monthly options expiry. So very, very explosive week actually. One of the most biggest ones we had in a while. So y'all better be prepared, right? Zoom out your charts, levels to the upside, levels to the downside. Don't be sitting here on the 1 minute looking like fucking this. Get caught off by some massive like $10,000 candle. Big old dildo. I should probably be more mindful of ETH on CME now too, right? How much is the volume on that? Interesting. I mean, the contract size I'm assuming is smaller, but there is more contracts being traded in the Bitcoin one. Very little volume on Solana still. Same with XRP. We should probably write that down, right? We should definitely be a lot more mindful of CME ETH. Where are these longs at? That's the other thing. Not a lot of longs like got trapped like on these moves, right? Like not a lot of people to trap up here. It's not like we have like a shit ton of top longers. Aside from like on OKX, there's really not that much. Everyone playing along nicely so far. You guys fucking with the math? God damn. Shout out to our imaginary yellow lines. God damn. God damn. Drew that shit like 6 months ago with fucking pixel fucking still. God damn. People say it's not math, guys. People say it's not fucking math. Actually comedians. Hold on, this is data looking over here. Always good tuning in, brother. I'm gonna hop off. I'll see what you're on tomorrow. Stay safe. Shout to you likewise. So how do I go to your channel? How do I? Let's give Trader Sosa a sub. A pink sub to the boy. How would I play Pepe if it breaks that wedge with volume? 1 second. Well, like one, I don't like trade patterns. Like that's like the last, like the cherry on top of everything else. So ideally, we're not just trading a blind Pepe wedge. Whoops. This is what you should be watching, right? The volume node. Kind of lost it, came back, and reclaimed it. How's it on the lower time frame? Just draw this thing. It depends, right? Depends on your risk appetite. Like if you really want to like swing trade this thing, probably wouldn't be like a terrible idea to Like ideally you want to get on a pullback, right? That's like the ideal situation. So it's like a little late for that. Well, if you're gonna trade on like their higher time frame, like this wouldn't be the worst idea if you think the market's going up, right? Whatever it is you're targeting. You can kind of like walk up your stop loss. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't personally would wait for some kind of pullback, right? Would be my advice. Or you can just take the higher time frame trade as is. Personally, not a huge fan of that, especially with these kind of like meme coins, right? Because this thing can like it can just come back and do this. And it would still be like another what? Like right now you're probably looking at this, right? And you're like, oh, it broke out. Well, what if it just comes back and like does that? Like, it's still wedging up. It's the same shit. But to your case, yeah, right. We are kind of breaking out of the other one with volume. Trying to reclaim the value area of low of this volume node. Maybe you get like a pullback to this kind of range right here, something like this. Naked point of control, blah blah blah. Usually you don't want to get bullish on the penetration. You want to get like bullish on the retests. Same with when you get bearish. Unless you're like trading order flow. And if you are, then you should be watching CME order flow. You should be watching options order flow, etc. Not just Pepe. So that's what's really going to move the market. Also, these lows are a little sus, right? If the thing starts to nuke, like, I'd imagine there's a lot of garbage, especially given how imbalanced like the long to short ratio was on the weekend. Like, you already know there's a lot of longs on this right now. So like, let's just say Bitcoin comes down to like here even, like 106. Quite likely a lot of this garbage is gonna get cleaned. Quite likely. Let's see if we can find some Pepe open interest. Pepe. Let's see where these longers on Pepe are hiding out, right? Interesting. There's a shit ton of people to squeeze on this thing still. What the fuck? What the fuck? Really? There are people in from shorts here. A shit ton of people in from shorts here. Who haven't closed yet. They literally round tripped the whole fucking trade and they didn't even put their stop loss break even. Are you fucking kidding me? What a fucking clown fiesta that is. Oh my god, man. I think these people serious. How the fuck do you do that? Alright, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they're all hedges. Hedging their Pepe spot bags. That's a little funny though.
Price too clean, touch that line, then fade off screen. I don't shout, I set that scene. One small move, now he off the team. Levels move quiet, but the damage loud. Wick tap once and I exit proud. They talk hype, I trade that cloud. He got, now he lost in doubt. You chase heat, I just breathe. Trade too calm, but it still leave grief. Zone so soft, he ain't even see till price whip back like a blacked out Jeep. I sip slow, chart play cool. Set that mark like I bend that.
How's all this order flow looking?
I always know I said like
Yeah, plus the other thing is I you know, look up the statistics of a wedge, right? Do you know what the statistics of a falling wedge are? What it's ranked in a bull market, bear market, expected target to be hit, the probability of having a pullback to the breakout, etc. My website amazing to look at open interest. I'm using Exo charts, but you can use where's my trading view? You can use like Velo Data or Coinalyze. Like they both offer like free CBD open interest, etc. But the thing that I'm looking at is a bit more detailed than that. Like I can actually see like the longs and shorts. That's on Exo charts, which is not free. But I mean, usually you can kind of tell, right? If you look at just the open interest in general and see how like acts along with the price, you can usually tell like where people open and close and what direction. Also, you should probably like don't just look at aggregated open interest and CBD, right? You kind of want to see which exchanges are actually impacting it. Higher volume exchanges that matter more. And also, sometimes you'll notice, like for instance, Bybit. Very suspicious trading activity rate compared to other exchanges, at least in regards to Bitcoin. And when I say suspicious, I mean like they don't know how to trade. Usually whenever you see like massive positions underwater, like along the short side, it's like from Bybit. Like they rarely ever manage risk. Harris Kamal, we're looking for shorts, so we're already in one, my friend. What do you think this thing is? A pink. No, but jokes aside, like I did get in a short here. I had a lot of orders actually. I was like bing. From like there. Then I got stopped out break even. And then I got back in like not too long ago. Stop loss break even again, seeing if we're gonna fill the gap or not. Also don't know how much we're expecting this thing to really run here. Because like if we're real bullish, probably just gonna come either A, not even fill the gap and start to go again, like the same thing we did yesterday. Or B, we come to clean up this box, clean up the single print, and just kind of rip from this VWAP. There's also not, it's not like there's a top longers trapped here either. At least not a lot. So not much of a reason to go down unless we're like really gonna go down. Because most of the longs are in this region. Also, these are pumping too, right? Right now the indexes are kind of pumping without us. So we'll see how that comes along.
Top shelf, mid trade elevation. Marcos.
I'm trading high, top shelf lit. Matt so clean, can't fake this hit. You still stressing, I don't twitch. Just mark that zone and let it rip. Yeah, I'm trading high, smoke that field. Screen turn red, I just stay still. They beg hope, I trust that skill. You want vibe, want skill. Top flow mode, I fade with grace. VWAP hold outside my place. Arts I flash, I slow that pace. Delta dry, ghost that chase. Smoking loud, why they panic? Chart look wild, I move mechanic. They want more.
CVD on CoinGlass is messed up, showing declining on Bitcoin for 2 years. Chat GPT says indicators messed up. It depends, right? Because like, if you're looking at it based on coins, that kind of makes sense, right? Because like the value of Bitcoin before was like 20,000, so you'd have to like sell 5 to do the equivalent of 1 now. Not sure if that's the case with what we were describing, but just throwing it out there. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe look at the nominal value if you can. Also, I don't know if I'd be like too concerned with like a 2-year CBD, right? That's like, what are you looking for? Like a 2-year bear div? It's not particularly relevant. Why did all my charts change on this? What's going on? What's a single print? It's like a time imbalance. It's like a fair value gap basically. Like this thing is tracking how much time price spends at a certain price point. So whenever there's like a row of just singular blocks, like the price blasted through here, right? Clearly with this good candle, price blasted through the zone. So all of this is like now a single print. And like the whole point of the market is like, what is the point, like the purpose of a market? Is like find the fair value of a price that people can exchange at. So when you have like an imbalance that gets created like this, the market doesn't know. Like, is this because the asset is being repriced for real because people agree the value is higher, or was this like just a momentary burst in demand or supply to the downside? So a lot of times you'll come back to test these areas to see if there's like actual demand here and the value should be up here or not. And like a lot of times it leaves behind the volume gap too, right? Like it's just there's no volume here. Just a kind of imbalance, right? With most things in trading, market just creates imbalances and tries to correct them. Or I guess we should say that the participants in the market cause imbalances. Can also give you like a bias of how to like treat price action, right? Because like for instance, suppose so all this is a single print now. Like in reality, it's like TradingView does a bad job of visualizing it. But if you use Trading Light or even ExoCharts, it does like a better job. In reality, it should be looking like this. I'll put it like purple or something. But not like, let's say so like you're expecting this to get cleaned, right? This single print to get cleaned. Like now let's say price comes down to like just here and starts to go again. Then like this much of the single print remains, and that gives you kind of like a bullish bias, right? Because you're expecting this to get clean. So if it starts to rip from there, that's bullish, right? And you can tell, like, see how like it's like here we were building value, here we were building value, and then we blasted up, and then started building value up here. So obviously people are starting to think the value of this is legitimately higher, repricing the asset. When you get a chance, can you analyze QBTS? What's that? The quantum computing thing? And keep in mind, we're not looking at any, like, this is a little different than analyzing. Is this the right one? Why does the chart look so odd? Oh. You know, we're not looking at any of the financials for this company. So it is a lot more relevant in traditional assets to make sure you're kind of looking at their balance sheets, like their 10Ks and all that. Personally, I don't know anything about this. It depends on what do you want to know about this. Well, even on the daily, CVD has been going down for a long ass time. Is that true? Yeah, I don't know if that's true. What I'm looking at is definitely not doing that. Also keep in mind that CVD is only measuring market sells or buys, right? So if you see CVD is declining while price is going up, and obviously like limit orders are absorbing that, or like keep in mind derivatives also impact the price, futures, perps. So you have to be monitoring the CVD for the spot market and derivatives, and also the derivatives CVD for every exchange. Hard to say with this thing, right? No price history. This is the only volume up here. Seems like it got rejected at the top of the node. This looks like it wants to reset pretty soon though. Gap to fill below.
tweak the hurt rolling loud. Off they regret, you won't hype. I want the net TP feel. That candle split, you came back, still got hit again. They fold again, again. I win again, again.
Where's the point of control on this thing?
I'm proud again. Got again. Same chart, same man. Press that wig, got flipped.
Why doesn't it load it? What the hell? Anyways, I mean, obviously it's like right here somewhere.
Not pretend. Got again. Same move, no trend. Broke high, now Bert again. Marco's calm, math don't bend. You caught feelings, I caught wind. Got again.
Oh, so how did that happen?
Fool me once, you know the rest. The math is the math. Marcos.
Wait for a retest if they're breaking all-time highs and try on the gap fill. I don't know if this thing is gonna break all-time highs. I mean, I don't know if you follow quantum computing a lot, but let's just say there's a lot of fuckery happening in this industry right now, right? Like none of them have working products or anywhere close to that, while having massive valuations. So like unless you're investing in this as a research company, I'm sure there's a whole lot going on fundamentally here. I mean, if you were gonna just go by straight up patterns, right, it is doing one of these. Potentially. Wouldn't trade that myself personally. Especially given the fact that we lost the golden pocket. Right, in an ideal world, if you were gonna come up here and like bounce here and go, then the probability of breaking all-time high is higher. Could do it tomorrow, right? How's the aftermarket looking on this? What's the ticker? QBTS. $17.98. I should probably look at the options data for this, right? See how people are positioned. Yeah, I think you might have missed this one if you're trying to go long, but who knows, right? Who knows? It's going to start blasting up tomorrow. Not the ideal entry for me though. I mean, this is technically like this node. So if it's gonna bounce there, it probably should be here. If not, you're probably gonna come clean these lows. Then risk going lower at that point. Oh, is this like a 382 type of bounce? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of like the line in the sand for if you're like bullish on this for now, right? If this doesn't hold, you're probably gonna come lower. At least clean up this like single print on this candle. What was this on? Gold. The coin is slowly rolling over. Government contracts, they're fucking with Lockheed Martin. Well, there's no think, right? Either they are or they aren't. Let's just look it up, right? I'll do your due diligence for you, even though you should be doing it yourself. Right, keep in mind that the people that you're competing against are like me, doing everything themselves in the moment as soon as it needs to be done. So if you're slacking, you're gonna have a hard time competing, my friend. Have any government contracts. So I don't know, like that means a whole lot, right? Like let's just assume that that statement is true. Like, okay, so what? Government gives contracts all the time for stupid shit. Like if I have like a $500 billion to give out in research grants, and I give some company $1 million out of the $500 billion, does me saying, oh, they have a government contract mean a whole lot? Not really. Apparently they have a research agreement with Lockheed Martin, as suspected. Well, if there's a time to get into any kind of longs, it'll probably be pretty soon, yeah. If this is gonna fill in the gap and start to go. Question is how many shorts gotten up here? That's the other question. Because yeah, there's no shorts at all, we might go straight lower. If there's like a good amount, we might kind of circle back, try and close them out and then go. Do one of these at our yellow line. That's the other thing though, is there's a lot of shorts open that are underwater right now, so are we gonna let them like save them? We'll see. We shall see. Suspicious of that, but it'll be the first time it's happened. You know, if you want to do a deeper dive into quantum computing, I mean, I'm not that I'm an expert myself, but I know Martin Shkreli has a lot of YouTube videos on this topic. Always popping up in my YouTube feed randomly. Martin Shkreli. Gotta take a piss. I'll be back.
chill, let the math embrace. Cool now. Wrists on freeze, head in smoke. Chart too clean, no need to hope. He watching news, I ride the slope. Entry hit, then vanish cloak. I roll backwards, she roll hips. He fumble size, I move with script. No talk loud, I shout that whisper. Price pull back like I text him. But the math stay sharp. Top floor trades while he lost in charts. One touch move, yeah, I bend that arc. Loud in my chest, still hit my mark. He gets stressed, I line with pace. Draw one zone, price kiss that space. She said, how you trade like grace. I said, chill, let the math embrace.
He press buttons, I press time. He draw patterns, I draw lines. Zone been there since Monday close. Friday wick, that's how it goes. Top shelf pressure, I float divine. Still locked in when I'm off that pine. She asked what strain, I said precision. She laughed and price made its decision. No fear, no fumble, just rhythm and data. Ops get loud, I just move greater. TP tap while they still pray. I'm too high to guess, but I never sway. Floating through it, still I know you chase the candles. I
stay high, but the math stay sharp. Top floor trades while you lost in charts. One touch move, yeah, I bend that arc. Loud in my chest, still hit my mark. He gets stressed, I line with pace. Draw one zone, price kiss that space. She said, how you trade like grace. I said, chill, let the math embrace. Zone drawn. Trade hit. And I'm gone. Marcos.
God damn.
He came back.
Yeah, I never finished doing this.
Same fight. Same zone. Marcos.
You got got it. Didn't learn, just his sin. Price reverse, clean with Ben. Now your hope meet the end. You got it. New trace, same mistake, same trend. Say you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, just extend. You got it. 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 You got it.
I fade the high, you call that moon, I call that trap, you call too soon, you want breakout, I want logic, you want green, I want profit, wick came quick, then sweep so cold, you stop scream loud, mine held gold, same
Wait,
move
what?
frozen, same face shown, you still guessing, I still zone, you reload pain, I reload plan, you still press, I still stand, I stay small, you go all in, you got again and again.
You got didn't learn, just a sin. Price reverse, clean with Ben. Now your hope meet the end. You got new trace, same mistake, same trend. Say you changed.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I don't chase, I just extend.
What to say?
You got you got
Wait.
you got you got you got you got
No risk plan, just FOMO thrill, no edge drawn, just hope to fill, you mark noise, I mark still, you bet candle, I build skill, TP tag, and silence hits, I roll out gas, you post it.
Oh, it's not logged in. Okay. My options data was all fucked up on my laptop. I'm like, what the fuck? This is not what I was just looking at. What to say? Delayed, that's why. Just log into that.
You got didn't learn, just a sin. Price reverse, clean with Ben. Now your hope meet the
9, 10, 11.
new trace, same mistake, same trend. Say you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, just extend. You got you got you got you got you got you got
So we need to be mindful of this bouncing, yeah? Shout out to the guys, shout out to the yellow fucking lines, like... Oh my gosh, man. Oh my god, yellow fucking lines.
think, just let it tap. Mind too clean, they fall in trap. She said you even focus now. I said watch the switch come down.
Looking like a bounce is brewing, yeah.
Like it always
Look like I want to gap fill and go.
draw that mark, let the
I mean, we'll see, but pretty big fucking divs already, and it's gonna start to like do this pretty soon here. All this does this.
they draw clouds. I draw precision. Higher sky, still
Already starting to get like little baby divs on volume in the stoke.
blazing. Yeah, the loud on fire.
Interesting.
Levels hold clean, no liar.
Why should I shoot TP on the shore? Because this thing is pretty fucking massive, right? This thing's like bigger than the entire long position by like 2. So we are in quite some decent profit right now.
Ops press buttons, I press tone. They work hard, I let it align. He chased charts, I follow the sign. Charts so
Do
light,
this anymore.
barely touch. He overtreads, I don't rush. She
Bounce it right at the 886.
I just lean back.
Didn't realize that during the day.
Hit while I count that stack.
This is happening. I was taking this trade, by the way, while I was in the fucking grocery store at first. Really buying groceries, trading on my phone, jacking off the phone. Sitting there looking at the stream, trying to check all the data on my phone as much as possible.
You play odds, I play system. You chase gold, I'm in digits.
Oh, oh.
All while vibing through these sessions. They stressed out. I'm
Where would this be? 108.
They press hard. I breathe in. Still blazing, yeah, the loud on fire. But my levels hold clean, no liar. I don't stress, I just chart with ease. Math got me floating, profit sprees. Still faded, still hit that zone. Ops press buttons, I press tone. They work hard, I let it align. He chased charts, I follow the sign.
Interesting. Quite the swing fail that Whiff just printed, yeah? Came out of nowhere.
Still Marcos.
Interesting.
Ain't no way he. Yeah. Again. Marcos. Again. He got again. Same setup, same end. Blew his back again. Gone. Shoulda never hit send. Tap my zone again. Stupid. Way too clean, that's trend. Facts. One more loss again. Toast. Chart don't lie. Pretend. Stop. Same top tick, new dumb trader. Big cat post.
Because I haven't we got back into the Whiff spot position today. Haven't closed any of it though. Kind of hoping to get to at least the top of this volume node, if not more. The real juice would be getting up to like here. Shook, I stayed in suit. I pop tags, he pop stops, he press gas, I call tops. Same draw zone since Monday morning. Also not gonna let that thing go red though. He chase breakouts, I just trace. He beg candles, I embrace. Whip got gloss, wrist got low, stress on his face, not my glow. He said, be mindful of that if it starts to head lower a significant amount.
You thought it was different. It wasn't. You thought you broke the zone. You didn't.
Same kind of thing happening with Bitcoin, right? A lot of like dual fib retracement golden pockets aligning, so we'll see how those end up playing out. So this golden pocket is the same as like this one. Also, let's watch this 4-hour level at the 7.5. A lot of people do trade like this, right? A lot of people trade like this. So this is the level of interest for them right at the 4-hour level. Blink, 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 blink. Shout out to the math. So what time is it? 30-minute candle in 8 minutes.
You watch the world run fast, I see it drip past. They all scream out loud, I just wait and count. Limits a candle near, no emotions here. They don't see the edge, but I breathe it clear. Precision, the way you place the line so quiet, but it feels right on time. No tension, no rush in the design, just silent, and everything aligns. Chart like water, moves through the dark. You see chaos, I see sparks. They chase impulse, I let go. I don't trade fear, I let it flow. The wind came close, it kissed the zone. They all hoped up, I stayed alone. They all dealt breath, I held cold. They broke down, I just flowed. Precision, the way you place the line so quiet, but it feels right on time. No tension, no rush in the design, just silent, and everything aligns. Price returned to where it always belonged. The math was the math.
Bum.
Marcos.
Tired. Tired as fuck. It's okay, we'll keep grinding though, keep reading. Show out to the imaginary yellow line to literally fix so fucking these things. Did any shorts get trapped down there out of curiosity? A little bit. Interesting.
Same chart, same line, same victim. Again.
Let's see if we start to come out of the gap, right? Start making our way out of the gap again. I'm gonna get my last meal of the day. Before it gets too late. Be back in like 5 minutes. Also reclaiming the Valeria low rate. Interesting candle here.
at the level, hold. Now she whisper charts while I grip that soul. I don't move loud, I move with grace. Price respect where I place that trace.
Bounce so smooth, they say it's love. They don't know, but I see rhythm, I don't guess much. Never guess. Dash so quiet, but it pull like tide. Pull it. They lost again, and I just smile.
Lines don't lie, baby, look again. Yellow dash price hit like a friend. They call it fake, but I know that bend. Bounce so clean like it got no end. Day and night still tap that zone. No alert, but it's known, it's known. Flatline set with a digital tone. They trade loud, I trade alone.
They called it love, I called it man. Oh, lines don't lie.
Marcos.
They said I'm delusional. I just do the math. Marco. They said I'm delusional. Talking like a chart, don't lie. Drawing lines they don't understand. Still I catch that perfect high. They said I'm delusional. Saying trading got no soul. But while they chase their feelings, I just low control and hold. Yeah, I talk in numbers, they call that fake. Said I'm cold, said I lost my taste. But I don't flinch when the wit come fast, cause the zone been placed and the math still lasts. You screenshot green, I calculate. You hope she runs, I isolate. VWAP bounce or a delta trap. You feel FOMO, I fade that clap. They want hype, I want the edge. They want breaks, I want the ledge. They want crowd, I want the silence. They want flash, I want compliance. Talking like a chart, don't lie. Drawing lines they don't understand. Still I catch that perfect high. They said I'm delusional. Saying trading
Mike was motherfucking muted.
but while they chase their feelings,
What I was saying is that we were a little late on some of these ETH plays. So let's be mindful of Solana
to the price tabs twice like a sermon speech.
and Sui, right? Kind of like anything in those ecosystems. Even though Sui's already like looking stronger, not really. Whenever money starts rotating back into these in a more noticeable fashion, how was some of that stuff doing?
To them, intentional. To me, I'm not wrong. I'm just ahead. Marcos. They said I'm delusional. Talking like a chart, don't lie. Drawing lines they don't understand. Still I catch that perfect high. They said I'm delusional.
Where is it?
Trading got no soul. But while they chase their feelings, I just low control and hold.
Is there no perps contract for this? I swear there's a perps.
Call it fake, just don't call it late. The math is the math. Marcos. They said it's fake till it hit. Marcos. La línea ya no miente. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La conversation. Matemática sin emoción, pero como baila esa reacción. Late night feeling, no notification. TP hit pure confirmation. She bouncing curve like algo cold. You chase the break, I ride the mode. No necesito suerte, no necesito fe. Just a silent chart in my P&L, okay. They call it random, but I see the way. Price don't lie, if I play. La línea ella no miente, no. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La línea, she move like I flame. Quick so close, then in my name. Feel so soft like lips at night. They call it ghost, I call it right. Marcado limpio,
Bum, 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 bum.
no lo toco, solo el mercado. Imaginary, solo si no ves, pero el precio baila como mi ex. Whisper close when she taps my line. Pixel perfect, almost divine. They draw noise, I draw design. They lose control, I sip my wine. Tú lo ves, no lo creo. Tú lo sientes como fuego. Imaginary, solo pa' ellos, pero ella toca donde quiere. La línea, ella no miente, no. Price moves slow, pero toca mi mente. Yellow dash, they say pretend, but I just wait and then it bends. La línea, she move like a flame. Quick so close, then hit my name. Feel so soft like lips at night. They call it ghost, I call it right. She touch it again. Same line, same night. You call it love, I call it math. Marcos.
Again, which means always. Marcos.
He got again, not new. Same with Kit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Man play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. He got again, not new. Same with Kit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Man play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. Same candle, same scream. Same thread, new dream. He said it's different, it ain't. I drew that line in paint. You click buy, click pause. You hit top, I hit cause. You want hype, I want price. You still lose, I trade twice. She said, how we get wrecked again? I said same zone, same end. He saw pump, I saw snare. He got caught, I wasn't there. He got cut. I wasn't there. He got cut. He got again, not new. Same wick hit, same fate too. Shot flip fast, I ain't blink. Math play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Try break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. Mark that zone with silence first. He stepped loud, charted the worst. Stop, got clapped, I watched it fall. I ain't move, he risked it all. Draw once, I wait weeks. He 8 moves, I press peaks. You tweak charts, I stack fills. You chase patterns, I kill wills. One tap and the whole thing turned. TP flash, another got burned. She said mask code, I said true, but I don't miss it, neither do again. Just means you never learn, and I never had to speak. He got again, not new. Same wick hit, same fate too. Chop flip fast, I ain't blink. Math play clean, he ain't think. Got bad, twice maybe three. Chop break out, price played me. You chase green, I lay traps. You play loud, I press maps. It's not luck. It's not hype. It's always math. And always again. Marcos.
Boom, 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 boom. How's it looking on the daily? What rolls this at? 265.
I trade the math, not the mood. Wait for the level, I don't move. I trade the math, that's the
Bump, bump, bump. Okay, let's eat. So I need to start reading, goddamn.
It's always the math, the reason I stay through all the emotion. It shows me the way. No guessing, no hoping. I move when it's right. I enter in stillness and exit in light. It's always the math that carries me through. Even when charts go cold, it's my truth. A whisper of logic, so gentle, so fast. They chase the chaos, I trust the math.
Should we check out Trader Sosa? Let's go show Trader Sosa, yeah? See what this guy's up to. While we eat.
The question is, do we add? Let's do another point. And then we'll put this 11 to 60.
Interesting. On breakout.
So we compounded and added right here. Was that a mistake? We'll see.
Interesting.
We'll really see, actually.
This guy's not using the data, guys. He's not using the. Should we help him out? Should we give him some fucking juice?
This is the area where we're
Should we give him the trading juice or what?
dump or consolidate and try to break above this resistance, which actually looks like it might be doing. We'll see. We'll see. Big pivotal area, but yeah, the 15 minute. This is really what's gonna have to, something like that. Like we're really gonna want to have to see a rejection off those EMA, squeeze off this EMA bearish crossover. That's what we want to see. So let's see how this goes. Oh shit.
This guy trades like Crown Crypto.
Bum, 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 bum. That 4 hours already starting to pivot. 6 hour
Interesting.
starting its pivot as well. So that's good. But the medium time frame's already starting to show some.
Just give him a like, right? Give this guy a like, Papi. Show some love.
Some low time frame correction.
Not reading his chat though. My fucking ghosted me. Trying to get this guy the juice. Not even gonna answer, boy. Boy, don't piss me off.
8 people, 1 on Twitch, and 0 on Twitch. That's right. At least we got the Twitch actually going. What you cooking with, my boy, came through while eating. What a good bread. So, actually, hopefully he's still in here, but Marcos, this is what we're cooking with right now. I actually just added.
He's a bottom shorter.
Watching this 15 minute. Yeah, I want to see a rejection off of these EMA bands right now. Which is looking, shaping, it's looking all right so far. I do not want to see a reclaim of this, this resistance, this low time frame resistance, or probably have to cut that. So I'm just keeping a close eye. That was funny. Right when I actually told you I was signing off, I actually went to go take a little din break myself. I went to go check out your stream, and that was actually right when we started to break below, actually, which is interestingly enough. I hope you're actually still, of course you're still short. You're a hedging man. Smart. I have just been scalping this environment. It's just been a lot more profitable for me. This is the account I'm rocking with right now. Nothing crazy right now. So I just have 2 small positions I'm scaling right now, just keeping it very level to level. And then right now I'm targeting that. So if I go to a 12 hour, the derp lines, right?
Quite the target.
Nice derp lines. So I have this trend line from this range. It's been pretty well respected. Above it, right? It's been a really great bounce point. Below it, it's been a nice resistance point. So since we're testing this 110 resistance, this would be a first ideal area, the 109 that I'm watching.
Okay.
And then obviously, like the most juiciest area is just my zone support, along with my low end derp line, plus the EMAs. Because we got the bullish crossover on the EMA, so usually we like to retest the crossovers when we get those. So that's what I'm rocking with right now. He said, yes, I still am in mine. Great, good man. Yeah, I really like your TA. Really, I like it.
Thank you.
A lot of good stuff.
A lot of juice, showing some
But,
love. Okay.
Interestingly enough, Crown. I don't know if you've been watching his streams, but I wouldn't say he's just been, you know, this market's tough. This one's been a tough one, and I always make sure to watch Crown every day because I really like
disagree.
His takes on the market, and I'm pretty sure like just these last couple of calls they haven't been too accurate.
Has this
But
been tough,
in
guys, or have we been trading this fucking
4 hour
perfectly?
resistance. Momentum. So this is a momentum oscillator. Oh, he dipped.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm
Glad
here.
he hopped in though. That's dope. Marcos is the boy. But I do like how this momentum this needs to continue in a downward trend. Okay, so the hourly momentum we see is starting to have some relief from this extreme zone, which is good. I don't like how we swept, you know, the EMA plus this HPDR support. So we need to keep. We just need these low.
This guy trades very differently from me, so I'm not really sure on what kind of statistics he's basing all this stuff on. So.
Oh, bet.
Hard to kind of gauge.
I might close this. I don't know. I don't know because we're at the EMA resistance, but we could test. It's hard to say. What's ETH looking like? ETH's been kind of. Yeah. It's hard to say because that's a critical resistance point as well. 200 EMA is lining up with the derp. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see like it's a correction. Low time frame correction at these levels just seems so juicy. Yeah, maybe I just need to keep compounding this bitch. I feel like that's what I need to keep doing.
Show to the math.
Bro, no way. I do not got 8 viewers on the Twitter, and nobody's dropping no charts. Mark Ghost trades. Bro, that dude trades, let me tell you.
You know, the thing about watching other people trade.
What's Solana looking like? Yeah, everything's kind of at support right now. Low time frame support.
There's like a lot of subjectivity, and a lot of people trade differently and effectively.
I'm just gonna cut these.
So it's very tough to kind of tell someone.
I think this is gonna bounce a little bit. I think this is gonna.
Like you should do this or not do
Come
this.
back to my entry. If so, we'll see if some
because if it doesn't make sense to them, then you're just kind of hurting them, right?
low time frame downtrend.
But in my opinion, there's definitely some things that I would suggest doing differently for this guy, but we'll wait until he comes through to kind of talk to him about it, right?
Get a break below again and fail to reclaim, then we could probably add again right there and see if this will carry us down. We'll see though.
Because he just potentially
15
bottom
minute,
shorted
15
on this move.
Three,
And that the thing he just described, potentially he wants to add to his trade at the bottom of the move again after bouncing from like the pullback on terms of the short. So
don't wanna
pick the riskiest time to add, right?
And I'm just being a bitch too because I'm babying this account right now. I want to pass this challenge. Get a quick 25. Play level to level. What to say though? So we'll see.
Okay, let's get back to it. Give this guy a quick.
Also, let's see. 1 hour. So it looks like Solana is dumping. is having more relative strength to the downside than Ethereum. Bulls are bidding Ethereum kind of heavy at these areas.
Okay.
I'm done.
Like it's essentially what he has. Like just we'll do a visual for anyone that's not dialed in, right? He's kind of trading this, trading a pattern by itself. Well, I don't know, maybe he has some other stuff going on, I'm not sure. But add it to the short here. And he talked about adding, if we do this, here. So like, if you're gonna add to the short, I want to do it up here, y'all. If you're bearish and think it's going lower based on the data. Plus that adds a little suspicious to me. But each to their own, everyone trades different. There is no right or wrong as long as you're managing risk. So I might be closing mine out pretty soon. We start to like reclaim this VWAP and start to like go, like reclaim the value area high and whatnot. So at that point we were basically like our stop, like, where's our break even? 110 and some change. So if we're gonna close out, it's gonna have to be relatively soon if we want to get some profit out of this. If not, we're just gonna leave it break even. So let's clean up this charts. But shout out to Trader Sosa, right? Also pretty young, starting from a young age. It's time is one of your biggest advantages. Unlike your boy, right? Started out as a boomer, late to the game. My fucking rookie in MVP, right? MVP of the league in my rookie year, boy. I'm moving different over here. Got my fucking jersey hanging from the goddamn rafters first year playing. God damn. God fucking damn. Motherfuckers don't know how we're coming. Bum, 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 bum. Put this back on the 30. Also, do I have a moving average ribbon on this account? Or like this layout? I have this one. For some of you will remember, I was using this one on this layout a couple of months ago. I've kind of moved away from it. Maybe we should kind of start playing with them again, just out of curiosity. Because you definitely do notice some like intricacies with the moving averages, right? I don't know. To me, like horizontal levels are always priority, right? Volume-based horizontal levels are always priority. Money talks. Everything else can follow later.
You think I'm delusional? Cool. Just don't forget who drew the line.
With all this stuff looking. Let's kind of move this out the way. Bring our laptop back and start reading. Oh shit. Make use of this last hour and a half. Where's this fucking thing? Okay. Yeah, damn. I thought it doesn't have much battery though, fuck. Should've charged this thing earlier. Go to the math. Shout out to the math. Yeah, so y'all any questions, right? So I'm about to stop talking basically. Well, I've been talking a whole lot, but I'm about to kind of just sit here and nerd out, so... Speak now if ever hold your peace. Can I disable that shit? How's that working again? What should we leave open over here? Is that right? A lot of people open longs on this candle. Interesting. Definitely suspicious, right? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't know if I would have suggested doing that. I suspect they'll be getting dragged under here. With how hard spot is selling right now. And we'll see how that resolves itself as we wait to do our own decisions, but I think it's a little premature to, I mean, maybe just scaling into longs, but like at the end of the day, data is the data, math is the math. There are now underwater longs regardless of the reasoning. Also, yeah, was the Apple thing today? I thought it was later on in the week. I was reading some pretty fail stuff about it. Is this like a multi-day event? Oh, it's a multi-day thing, okay. Okay. What the fuck is that? 6'8", 400 pounds. This guy's shredded. The fuck? He's definitely on the juice. God damn. God damn, this guy's a monster.
They said it's fake till they tapped again. Pixel perfect. Marcos. Price hit the line, they call it fake. Came right back, I saw the shade. Same yellow dash from yesterday. Still bounce clean like I never say. You draw a noise, I draw a fade. They press fast, I set the gate. They want hype, I want time. They scream lost, I ride the line. Marcos. Chart like water, I let it flow. I mark that dash, I let it go. They draw zones that shift with fear. Mine hold firm when wit get near. You feel vibes, I feel the tape. I watch pace, you chase the shape. You trade loud, I trade in silk. You want rush, I want the build. Place that level in peace. Didn't touch, still got the feast. They beg God for candle signs. I just wait and ride the line. Price hit the line, they call it fake. Came right back, I saw the shake. Same yellow dash from yesterday. Still bounce clean like I never say. You draw noise, I draw a fade. They press fast, I set the gate. They want hype, I want time. They scream lost, I ride the line. Marcos. Imaginary, that's what they yell. Till price tag twice, ring that bell. No alerts, I sleep too well. TP hit, then broke that shell. Midnight bounce, no need to talk. I see the trap, you see the chalk. Wrist been clear, plan been prime. You in noise, I'm on the line. Can't fake edge, can't fake peaks. Can't chase green, can't rush feast. They want thrill, I want time. I play small moves with timeless mind. Call. You draw dreams, response. I draw design. Call. You feel heat, response. I feel the sign. Call. You beg hope, response. I place mine. Call. You lost again, response. I caught the line. Price hit the line, they call it fake. Came right back, I saw the shake. Same yellow dash from yesterday. Still bounce clean like I never say. You draw a noise, I draw a fade. They press fast, I set the gate. They want hype, I want time. They scream lost, I ride the line. Marcos.
You thought it was random, but you got stopped there. Again, the math is the math. Marcos.
Yeah. They said I'm delusional, but they're the ones getting smoked. Marcos. Oh, they call me crazy, I call it clean. I draw my line, they chase the green. Iris I stretch, they still ain't seen. Price tag once, then flip the scene. Yelling cap like I talk in code, but they stops get hit when I unload. You want hype, I want control. You want flash, I play code. I don't flex, I just map. You swing wild, I said trap. Delta climb, that's not a sign. You read the vibe, I read the line. Delusional, that's what they say. Till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later. Delusional, I heard that noise. While they drown, I deploy poise. No debate, I place, I sit. Price don't lie, they just don't get illusional. That's what they say. Till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later. Delusional, I heard that noise. While they drown, I deploy poise. No debate, I place, I sit. Price don't lie, they just don't get my charts. I study pace, they want speed, I want space. They want likes, I want feels. They want thrills, I want kills. TPO bills, value area high. You long tops, I fade that try. You want moon, I fade that lie. You got stop, but I watch them fly. Stay down, they chase peak. I track flow, they post weak. Math don't work, then why win? Target hit, let that sink in. Delusional, that's what they say. Till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later. Delusional, I heard that noise. While they drown, I deploy poise. No debate, I place, I sit. Price don't lie, they just don't get it. They want hype, I want proof. They want loud, I want truth. They call it love, I call it logic. Marcos, delusional, that's what they say. Till price hit math and fade away. They call me lost, I call that data. I play slow, I print later. Delusional, I heard that noise. While they drown, I deploy boys. No debate, I place, I sit. Price don't lie, they just don't get it. Keep calling it fake, keep laughing, but every time I'm filled. The math is the math. Marcos.
They don't see it, but price feel it. Set my line and let it breathe. Marcos. Yellow line, but the bounce too cold. Price tap once, then he move how told. Say it's fake, but it's hit free fold. Level set, I just watch it unfold. No fib, draw no noise on charts. Just that dash with a deadly heart. Every bounce feel like it's art. Still call up, that's the maddest part. She say, what style line you drew? I say, that's where price paid you. She laughed till price come true. Now she ask what else I knew. Ups get loud when they don't hit fill. Call my edge like I call it skill. They chase candles, I move still. One bounce deep and I got that thrill. Levels flat just how I like. John so clean, don't need no spike. Price come back when I mark that zone. Now they copy charts I made alone. Yellow line but the bounce too cold. Price tap once then it move I told. Say it's fake but it's hit free fold. Level set, I just watch it unfold. No fib, draw no noise on chart. Just a dash with a deadly heart. Every bounce feel like it's art. Still call up, that's the maddest. Jet set move, but the chart stay live. Mark that spot, then I let that glide. UK rain or Lagos sky. Price still bounce like I know that tie. They need trend lines, I need time. They mark dreams, I just signed. She said, how you trade so chill? She said, I don't chase our line. She moved close like price to line. I step back, still get mine. Wrist on gold, mind on math. Even silence got its path. Dash so faint, but the level strong. She said it's gone, but it proved her wrong. I don't brag, I just draw and wait. Then price hit clean like it know my fate. Yellow line, but the bounce too cold. Price tap once, then it move how I told. Say it's fake, but it's hit free fold. Level set, I just watch it unfold. No fib, draw no noise on chart. Just a dash with a deadly heart. Every bounce feel like it's art. Still cold lock, that's the maddest part. Invisible to them, but not to price. Levels been set. Marcos.
They said it was fake, but it came back again. Marcos.
Lie, it never lies, never lies. Price moves slow, but it still complies.
Yellow dash, they call it fake, but it bounces clean, no time to wait. The line, it moves like quick, come close, then flow so sweet. They say it's luck, I say design. You feel lost, I ride the line, ride the line.
God damn. I am in the zone right now. All this shit doing. Slowly but surely getting down here. Slowly but surely.
Said it's fake till the price came kissing the dash. Pixel hit, no wig, just flash. Didn't react, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like math. Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclassed. Chart was dark, mine still glowed. Dashed in yellow, script I wrote. Didn't draw that for the show. Price just came and hit it cold. I don't flinch, I don't speak. Wick came back, tapped it weak. Feel so clean, they call it cheap. Truth too sharp, they miss the peak. Overnight hit while I slept. Alarm said filled, no second guess. They call dream, I call map. I place edge, they play stress. Said it's fake till price came kissing a dash. Pixel hit, no wig, just flash. Didn't react, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like math. Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclassed.
No, right now what I'm really thinking about is the long right. Like, should we have not shaven the long at all? Whenever it's too late now, right? At this point doesn't matter, but for next time, right? Hard to say. Because we could have just kept the long open without shaving at all, right? And just open up like... I don't know. Hard to say. Because we could have just kept like opened up shorts like to hedge it the whole way up, but then it's like... You can't close... You can't TP on them, right? On the short. Thing is, not now we don't have a long. It's kind of awkward to get into. And we still have a bit of a long left, but what I mean is like we don't have like a side, like an actual position, not a one fucking Bitcoin. Maybe that wasn't the best way to play this. But I mean, I don't know. We're also looking at it with like hindsight. They have to give it some more thought. Just write that down to give it some more thought. 30-minute candle in goddamn 5 minutes and some change.
They buy price. I buy Ocean. Marcos. Auction theory, I don't chase no high. Value area, I sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value area low, that's prime for low. Single print clean, I mark that road. POC, hold our grip, don't fold. Tape look fake, I fade that mode. Volume, no, that's where I eat. You see green, I watch for cheap. You want trend, I want the test. You buy highs, I buy what's left. Time and price, I clock that weight. Structure form, I don't chase fate. Auction thick, I take that fill. Auction thin, I hunt that kill. POC shifted, I stay cold. You press buy, I press hold. Reclaim zone, I press bold. Value flip, now watch unfold. Auction theory, I don't chase no high. Value area, how to sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value area low, that's prime for low. Single print clean, I mark that road. POC, hold our grip, don't fold. Tape look fake, I fade that mold. Low got swept, I took that buy. Structure clean, no need to try. You post heat, I mark the core. You trade breakout, I trade floor. Value built, I ride that tail. Too much time, that's auction stale. You call moons, I fade the sun. TPO form, that game been run. Initiative, I fade, not chase. Responsive, I wait that place. You want green, now I want shape. You got rock, I set that base. POC. They don't track value shift. They don't chart time spent. They just guess. I rotate. Marcos. Auction theory, I don't chase no high. Value area, how to sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value area low, that's prime for low.
God damn. Let's get this 30-minute candle close in this bitch. You charge my damn laptop. Fuck. I didn't want to get off that thing. We'll be back though. We'll be back. Charge the laptop. God damn. Fuck.
They got greedy, now they gone. Liquidate. Over leverage, now they fried. Max out size, no math, no guide. Bought that wick, got hit with pride. Candle flip, they cried online. Cover leverage, margin dead. Risk got cooked, they trade on threads. I stay small, I watch instead. They press full size, I took they bread. Leverage, now they fried. Max out size, no math, no guide. They bought that wick, got hit with pride. Candle flip, they cried online. Cover leverage, margin dead. Risk got cooked, they trade on threads. I stay small, I watched instead. They press full size, I took they bread. They went 20x long, right at the top of the song. I marked that level at dawn. I set my trap, then I'm gone. They flex position, I flex the math. They post a motion, I press the path. CVD show who's getting gas. I let that print, then let it crash. Call that move, that's just a K. I watch tape, they watch cliche. They want moon, I want delay. They get smoked, I fade and pray. Leverage, now they fried. Max out size, no math, no guide. They bought that wick, got hit with pride. Candle flip, they cried online. Over leverage, margin dead. Risk got cooked, they trade on thread. I stay small, I watched instead. They press full size, I took they bread. When came fast, they call breakout. I saw squeeze, they call fake out. Imbalance, I faded loud. They
Bum 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 bum. Shout out to the math. So how long has this stream been? I'm still a little ways to go. Try to make it 4 hours at least. We were a little bit late today, y'all. Interesting chart. Interesting chart. Interesting. Just from, who is this from? Benjamin Cohen into the Cryptoverse? I think they just a chart, but it's quite interesting correlationship. I wouldn't even call it that, but it's the 200-week simple moving average. And every time this line catches up to the previous all-time high, it marks the top of the current cycle. Interesting data point that is. Don't know how reliable that is long term, especially when we're dealing with like S-curve technologies. Interesting, worth noting, right, out of curiosity.
Sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value every low that's prime for low. Single print clean, I mark that road. POC hold, I grip want trend, I want the test. You buy highs, I buy what's left. Time at price, I clock that weight. Structure form, I don't chase fate. Auction thick, I take that fill. Auction thin, I hunt that kill. POC shifted, I stay cold. You press buy, I press hold. Reclaim zone, I press bold. Value flip, now watch unfold. Auction theory, I don't chase no high. Value area high, that sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value area low, that's prime for load. Single print clean, I mark that road. POC hold, I grip, don't fold. Tape look fake, I fade that mode. Low got swept, I took that buy. Structure clean, no need to try. You post heat, I mark the core. You trade breakout, I trade floor. Value built, I ride that tail. Too much time, that's auction stale. You call moons, I fade the sun. TPO form, that game been run. Initiative,
Oh man.
chase. Responsive, I wait that place. You want green, I want shape. You got rock, I set that base. They don't track value shift. They don't track time spent. They just guess. I rotate. Marcos. Auction theory, I don't chase no high. Value area high, that sell or die. Balance zone, I split that pie. They want hype, I want the why. Value area low, that's prime for load. Single print clean, I mark that road. POC hold, I grip, don't fold. Tape look fake, I fade that mode. Hey, hey. Rotate. POC. The math is the math. Marcos.
Yeah. They thought it was done. And we reclaim. Marcos. Reclaim mode, I'm back on zone. Break look clean, but I took that throne. They so fear I played it grown. Now they out bad, I'm in that tone. Reclaim load and ride that high. You saw loss, I saw supply. They got shook, I stay composed. Snatch that line, I watch it go. Price dip quick, they pan it wide. Can I fake out? I let that slide. Waited calm, then hit with pride. Reclaim showed, I multiplied. No emotion, just that math. No reaction, just that path. Level back, I lock that craft. They want now, I want that last. Put that feel from deep below. Value flip, that's all I know. They saw red, I saw reload. You got stopped, I got control. Reclaim mode, I'm back on zone. Break look clean, but I took that throne. They so fear I played it grown. Now they out bad, I'm in that tone. Reclaim load and ride that high. You saw loss, I saw supply. They got shook, I stay composed. Snatch that line, I watch it go. Flip, that's my cue. D-Wop flipped, I'm sliding through. Imbalance gone, I built that base. They hit the short, I bought that space. Low got swept, I set that trap. Delta dry, I run that back. They want hype, I want the feel. You trade fast, I trade the steel. Snipe that flip, they didn't see. I bought reclaim, they bought the plea. They call fade, I call reclaim. Now they wrecked, I changed the game. Come back. I load that stack. They screen collapse. I fade and slap. Reclaim mode. Reclaim mode. Reclaim mode, I'm back on zone. Break look clean, but I took that throne. They so
A 4-hour candle coming in pretty soon. We are approaching that 4-hour level we talked about quite some time ago. Damn. Damn.
I said it flip. You chase the fear. I fed the script. The math is the math. Marcos. Marcos.
want to stay around a little longer, right? But I should sleep. A fucking dilemma. Cause there's a like this whole rip like happened. Like started relatively early, right? Started relatively early. Early in the morning, so there's a world where we wake up and the next leg is already started. Especially this is gonna be some kind of like impulsive type move that we're witnessing here, like a whole 1, 2, 3, like 4, 5 kind of thing. It's annoying. It's annoying. Bum, 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 bum. Shout out to the math.
Smoking on bullpack, rolling up bulls in the wood. Green kettle trap, thought they understood, but the top ticked hype, I knew they would. Ash on the desk from the overlongs, now I'm chilling with a trend gone wrong. They saw breakout, I saw bait, I fade emotions, low that way. Pulled up slow in the matte black whip, they max long highs, now they stuck in the dip. Told them the math, but they moved on the tip, so I twisted their trades in a platinum zip. Champagne cold, but the tape's still hot, they ape that wick, I flipped the spot. Market makers copy my plot, while bulls blow bags, I take the lot. Top signals in they tweets, I hedge it deep while they chase repeats. They FOMO buys, I short they feet. Now I'm rolling green off their defeat. Smoking on bullpack.
This yellow line is proving quite the challenge, right? Quite the challenge.
Ash on the desk from the overlongs, now I'm chilling with a trend gone wrong. They saw breakout, I saw bait, I fade emotion, I load that weight. Hope you I'm loud, but the math too clear. The stops got hit, that's music to ear. I'm deep in the books, I engineer. The trap so slick, it wiped their chair. They call Moon, I said mean reversion. Fibonacci slapping with a market excursion. DJ and Bulls got a force submersion.
Where are my files?
I'm blessed, no version. Cherrywood tray with the bullpack lit. Liquidation candle, that's my hit. They bought the euphoria, I flipped the script. Now I'm twisting their dreams.
You guys could see how many fucking notes I have for trading. It's unfucking believable. Literally unbelievable. Like 500 plus page Word document for one of them. Plus a shit ton of remarkable notes. God damn, you boys never know. We'll say though, this remarkable software is fucking terrible. And they lock you into it too. You have to use this shit to like access the notes you write on there. At least effectively. Yeah, damn, yeah, damn. Whoops. Apparently Trading Lights has released a new dev platform that they're moving over to, and we can test it for free. Let's give that a go right now. Fuck it, right?
Marcos, they shorted the low again. It's time to spark up that fear. Jabby. Whoa. Hey. Smoking on bear pack. Rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood. But they bottom tick fear, I knew they would. Ash on the chart from the oversold. Now I'm chillin', water break out holes. They saw breakdown, I saw the base. They short of strength, I bought their place. Smoking on bear pack. Rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood. But they bottom tick fear, I knew they would. Ash on the chart from the oversold. Now I'm chillin', water break out holes. They saw breakdown, I saw the base. They short of strength, I bought their place. What up? Pulled up clean in the midnight bins. They shorted that wick, said this the end. I saw the flip, I knew the bend. Then price took off, they can't pretend. Sipping slow while the tape ignites. They beg for dump, I call for flight. V-Wop reclaim, they lost that fight. Now I'm rolling up bears through the candlelight. Fear in they tweets. Shorts too tight when the breakout repeats. They faded to green, I faded to feet. Now my pack full of pain from their belief. Smoking on bear pack. Rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood. But they bottom tick fear, I knew they would. Ash on the chart from the oversold.
It's working. We'll say that, it is working. No data though, there's no order book data.
Low got swept, they jumped on panic. I held that bid with math organic. They won't crash, I want the zone. They sold support, I took the throne. Oak tray full with the bear pack spark. Their stop loss bought this candle art.
This can't be right.
They called it dark, but that red they love. Just my start. Smoke trails where the shorts once ran. They fought the trend, I played the plan. Fear too loud, that's my scan. They burn, I earn, that's who I am. Smoking on bear pack. Rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood. But they bottom tick fear, I knew they would. Ash on the chart from the oversold. Now I'm chillin', water break out holes. They saw breakdown, I saw the base. They short of strength, I bought their place. Marcos.
I want to know how BTC will react to that red box it is heading towards. I found here before I start adding a bit to my long. But so gas probably won't be awake to see. Yeah, I might not even make it there, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be around to see either, unfortunately. I'm definitely gonna set some like alarms above the VWAP though, like here. So I do want to have a long. You're on a pretty fucking massive short though. That's the other thing. I want to be able to like if we are gonna start to like rip out of this gap, I want to like close a short. Maybe that's not the right decision. I'm not sure. I'm just worried that like we're gonna get some like another like overnight kind of like pump and before I wake up. Then I'm not gonna have any kind of long exposure. Like, I mean, whatever. Obviously, my spot bags are all like long exposure, but it's getting late and I'm tired. About to get this 4-hour candle. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't go there, to be honest, right? It's a bit too fucking obvious of a level, my opinion, but we'll see. If these things start to roll over, it'd be nice. Help us out. But obviously there's some fuckery in the order book here, right? Not really, actually. There's a lot of people buying here, that's why. It's like the order book is like incredibly imbalanced. Like if this is like the ask, and this is like the bid. The ask is looking like that, and the bid's looking like this. So, Like imagine this is like a fucking. Okay, imagine it was drawn horizontally, and this is like two waves of water pushing into each other. Like obviously this one's fucking gonna shit on this one, right? So it's looking a lot stronger than the ass currently. Bum 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 bum. Shout out our yellow lines though. Bing 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 bing. Bing bing. And yeah, some of these alts looking like they want to bounce already too. No, wait, 0.6k. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna let us go down there, to be honest. I mean, we'll see, but. We'll see. Hopefully, hopefully. I mean, that would be like more ideal, I suppose. Bit of a potentially easier setup. Also, roll to restart to go lower. Not get carried away. Could just like come down here and like clean this up and just like start to nuke for real. Boom, boom. Yeah, I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep. Fuck. Anyways, where's the trading light thing? Trading light is working again, and there's a free version, guys. So if you want to try out trading light for now, go to tradinglight.dev. It's free until when? For 2 weeks. Posted this on the 7th.
Bugatti skin like a bullion bar. She feel that math from across the car. They said Marcos code, I said too far. The chart don't move till I raise that arm. Golden Palace in Côte d'Azur. Stop, got sniped, I sipped impure. One motion bought me time and silk. Y'all need hope, I built from guilt. Midas mode turn charge to chains. Gold on gold when I touch that ring. She drop low when the levels bang. TP hit like a royal name. Midas mind, trade with grace. Wine that costs more than they base. Gold set deep in a watch face glass. Don't ask price, just know it pass. It's not luck. It's not hope. It's Marcos. And the math. Gold is just a residue.
They must have had to restart their database. They're like the chart only goes back till the 5th. Interesting. Also, this open interest data cannot be correct. I think I guess that must be in dollars, right? That makes sense. We're just stupid, never mind. Nor what I said.
Treetop faders, catching that top. You loan too early, we letting you drop. Jumping green, we loading them shots. Market ain't gangster, but math get high. I don't chase no bounces, I don't buy no dreams. I let y'all pump, then I fade them schemes. Math been red like a set on flame. Stop hunt clean, who you think run game? Bugatti parked on Rosecrans stripes. Penthouse high, but the wrist on ice. Ops go long, we laughing back.
TradingView definitely needs to copy this zoom feature though. This thing is so much better. God damn. To multi-directional zooming at one time. Overflow looking okay.
Say breakout, we say bait. You running fast, we lay that plate. SL hit, that's chain reaction. You bought fake highs, we fade with passion. D-chain swing when the field get placed. Double R drift like it's past your pace. You beg for trend, we pray for range. And bleed the top like a Pyru name. She asked why red, I said that's clean. Red Rari deep like treetop lean. Back this red, but the profit's green. B on my belt, but the charts stay mean. Treetop faders, catching that top. You loan too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loading them shots. Market ain't gangster, but math get high. Treetop faders, catching that top. You loan too early, we letting you drop.
Fuck, I'll be back. What time is it?
Market ain't gangster, but math get high. Trends.
Been almost 4 hours. Yeah, I might just say fuck it, right? Fuck this shit. I'm tired though. I do should probably just go try and read and try and fall asleep. Also, apparently ExoCharts fixed the Mac OS installer. They released an update last night. That means we can try the new ExoCharts on our laptop. That I'm excited for. God damn, a whole new version of ExoCharts. A year since their last release. God damn. I'm gonna take a piss real quick.
If you know, you know. The math is the math.
Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Size so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You place dreams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I send digits. Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. They can't match weight, they adjust the range. One fill hits and the board looks strange. No news drop, just Marco's placed. Volume spikes when I open space. You call it chance, I call that data. Candle wicks talk, I read them like paper. One big block, I don't move like retail. I draw the line, you call it a detail. Options box like shipping crates. IV higher than I rotate. You stress losses, I stress Greeks. You move for clout, I move discreet. Lied on pose and I came out vapes. When I get fall, I'm a laughing state. I'm a lifting out with my neck so tape. Fix up, fixed up, quite in a brace. Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Size so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You place dreams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I send digits. Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. Broker store, they can't fill mine, so they widen spreads and delay time. News don't move it, tweets don't phase. It's Marco's trades that bend the wave. Fake outs live where I place bait. Whole trend shifts off, risk I rate. Top gets squeezed while I sell calm. Your moon is my exit, thanks for the palm. Golden zone, that's my canvas. You chart hope, I move like an atlas. Leverage max, that's harvest season. They get got and don't know the reason.
You say it's luck, but I've seen this loop. You caught the spike, I wrote the scoop. Your stops find suits, I'm my next booth. You trade belief, I execute truth.
Limits, pivots, this ain't a guess. Risk gets taxed while I compress. No reaction, I pre-play stress. Your whole edge, I repossess. You felt the shift, but I placed the weight. They say worlds move the sea, but I own the tide. The math is the math.
with the windows blue tint. My Carlo light trays hit while I ran. Say steak while the euro slid 5 pips. Didn't even check the chart, it's all instinct. She said, you good? I said, barely. Off the map drifting, slow in the McLaren. AP looked like the chart I sketched, no cap. The face even showing resistance. Panic when the price go parabolic. I just lean back in this Paris loft melodic.
Might as well do a quick juice box and get my ass out of here. What's the higher time frame liquidity looking like?
They want the alpha, but they can't feel off the math. Lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car. Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market stop.
Charles paid lunch, didn't even log in. Bot took the scalp, now I'm jogging. Palm trees bend where I parked the rose. Price came back, then I split that soul. Lamborghini yellow like Euro strength. She curved like fib, I marked her length. Back test cold, but my heart on rest. Yacht hit waves, but the stats digest. Dubai high rise, wrist look fine. Chart like silk when she whine in time. Told her baby don't guess, just breathe. Price gon' come, just believe the speed.
Off the math, I ain't even here. Jet too loud, wrist too clear. Draw down fake, profit too real. They want the alpha, but they can't feel. Off the math, lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car. Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market slap. Off the weed, that's childish. Off the lean, that's broke. I'm off the math, and I'm still up.
Really, there's more, right? There's more up here. Like all the way to 1.5, 115.
I don't chase no move. I watch you dance, let the moment prove. Body like price, it's got to align. You drive too fast, I won't press mine. You tempt like a wick at a fake breakout. But I see the fake, I be fade that out. You wind too close, I pull back slow. Girl, I wait till I know that glow. I see your zone, yeah, I mark that line.
I mean the longs, the longs.
Don't need hope, just give me time. When it's right, I'll make it mine. Wait for the level.
Probably this 4-hour level or like the 108. Maybe we come down here, but I don't know if I like. I mean, you know, if it's gonna be like a super bullish move up, we probably shouldn't be coming down this deep, right? Should not be retracing that deep. Maybe we do, especially given the fact that there's so many shorts that are in here right now, right? Underwater, like we've given them a chance to all get out. So don't really want to be seeing a pullback that deep. Like maybe this kind of like valley area high. This kind of like zone right here. Yellow line, golden pocket. Grab this liquidity, clean the single print, bounce and go. The valley area high from yesterday. At best. 1083. Something like that. We'll say like kind of like a gap and go to like the 108.4 GPE plus valley area high TTO plus I don't know though, I don't know how I feel about that.
Off the math like a moth.
I think that I don't know. We might not even fill the gap. Honestly, we might not even fill the fucking gap, to be honest. We might do this again. That's what I'm like most leaning towards, to be honest. I feel like these are way too easy, right? These are just way too easy, and I'm sure everyone that's not in a long is hoping to get that, and they're just not gonna give you it. And if they do, I'd be suspicious of going lower, right? Like whenever a trade seems too fucking easy, it's probably for a fucking reason, because it is, and they're gonna get your ass.
Penthouse chart with a single tone and that TP smack like a metrophone.
But we'll see.
Rolls Royce Park like I own the curb. Back that's wrong with the slurred out verbs. She curved like Price when it clips that top. She danced like entries, then pause, then drop off the math. I'm gone. Eyes on low, but the trade's still on. Don't chase pumps, I let it come. Mark that range, then ghost like sun. Off the math, too clean. Clock took fills, I'm counting green. Got hit waves, but the drawdown lean.
Hard to say, right? Like this is why this happens, because it makes the decision-making process hard.
I set off math. I don't need E, just need that graph. My signals hit like a carbon crash. Lambo curves in a mouth, feet cliffs. Jet on hold, she want that lift. Wrist too sweet, I sip that drip. AP face like candlestick wicks. You still long off broken bias. I got wrist set like autopilots. Trade in Tokyo, sipping nice. I draw that line, then chart in peace. Off the math, I'm gone. Eyes on low, but the trace still on. Don't chase pumps, I let it come. Mark that range, then ghost like sun. Off the math, too clean. Bot took fills, I'm counting green. Got hit waves, but the drawdown lean. You trade dreams, I live routine. Marcos, off the math. Off the clock. Off the radar. Still got the lot.
Ooh, yeah. It's not luck, baby. It's not vibes. It's numbers. It's me, Marcos. You over there just pressing and praying. I'm over here just stacking and playing. You call it magic, I call it playing. I don't guess I understand. You trade feelings, I trade flow. You swing wild, I go slow. You chase pumps, I let them go. Then hit my level, take that glow. Chart said dance, so I made that move. Zone got
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we do kind of retest this, right?
no hesitation, just that
This kind of zone.
price don't lie, and I got the truth. The math is the math, baby, that's the code. Hit that level, then I hit that mode. You trade hope, but I trade facts. And now we dancing right where price reacts. The math is the math, it don't pretend. Clean execution from start to end.
I feel like that's really the most I would tolerate, though, right? At this point, I start to get a little suspicious of like this move up being done. Personally, we start to like drop below this shit. Maybe we get that, but I don't know. Because at that point, you're coming back into like, you know, you deviated outside of value and you're coming right back fucking in without even tapping these highs. It's a sign of weakness, right? So we'll say like maybe we tolerate this kind of like at the range value area high retest. But like no time spent below. If we start to spend like, if we start to come down there and like start doing like some shit like this portion of that, I don't know. And there's also yesterday's value area high, right? 107.6. Yeah. Well, watch open interest, right? Watch the open interest. Just out of curiosity, where are all these people at?
No stress, no cap, just charts, beats, and math.
107.1 to. If we start to lose like 107, this is the thing. If we start to lose this kind of range right here, a lot of these shorts are gonna be break even, right? Are we really gonna come all the way fucking down and just allow that to happen? Should not be if it's bullish. So definitely be very mindful of what with interaction with this cluster of price in here.
Wait for the level, don't touch it. Body say go, but I hedge that bet. Tempt me close, but I'm still in check. One more tick, then I break that neck. Wait for the level, play that slow. You ride too fast, I might let go. But hit that zone, then I let it blow. Precision.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be one of those ones where you gotta kind of, you know, be a little bit, take on a little bit more risk than you'd like if you want to get in the middle of this move. Because there's a world this move is done, right? It's not gonna get fucking carried away and think that we're just about to start blasting off here. Could come all the way fucking down here still. A lot of summer left. Unlikely in my opinion, but should plan, be prepared for it regardless. Any pullback is in play really. And to the upside, like really any kind of pullback, right? Any kind of like question is where would it be most likely? I could do this. Could kind of do that. I'm doing something like this. Who knows? Boom, boom, boom. Very interesting to see the reaction here.
They net worth, that's my margin cap. I hit longs heavy like a sovereign tap. I don't chase trends. I've been the map, made a meal off spreads while they took a nap. Private jet.
Thing is, like, there's no volume up here, right? There's no kind of like historical volume to start basing things off of, so you're gonna kind of have to be able to identify these levels as we start going. Like, yes, obviously we have like fib extension levels up here, but at the end of the day, they are just random imaginary extension level lines, so not nearly as reliable. So you're gonna have to be able to kind of gauge based off the TPO and how the volume is building on the way up. Also be mindful of how these look on derivatives. Yeah. And shorts. I mean, this was the short, right? You didn't get in here, kind of. Because like if we start to go up from here and you want to get into short, like there's no levels in mind, right? Like, yes, obviously there's these levels and there's where the liquidity clusters are. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to be able to like base it on structure, right? So like I'm not gonna be able to kind of give you like, oh, look at this level, look at that level, because there is no levels to look at. So we have to be like kind of like looking at structure / open interest / like CBD, etc. Right? The typical data. Looking at structure. Plus like S&P and whatnot, like traditional markets. Plus order flow, right? It's gonna be very data driven, right? If we want to get the shorts up here, this is no longer just levels in mind. This is now purely a data driven process. For signs of weakness on the bull side. That's really it to the upside, because I don't know if I'd be shorting anything like up here or here, right? Like this was the one. If you didn't get this one, you're kind of shit out of luck for now. And who knows where we're gonna stop? Like, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, so you gotta be able to identify signs of weakness if you're gonna take these. And if you're really want to be passive, you can kind of like wait for the bearish retest if there's a sign of weakness. If we start to go up and then start to reverse, you can try and get in on the pullback if it still looks bearish, kind of thing. Yeah, be careful, right? Because this could become like a runaway train. So you have to have some patience, have some time-based edge. Don't gotta be the first one in the short, right? To the downside. Like definitely like losing the yesterday's value highs one, right? Like losing, even just like losing this level, right? Maybe how do we even do this? Like losing this yellow like line. If we start to like gap fill and start to continue lower, and you kind of like bearish retest, right? Also, if we start to lose like the valley area, PD, but like this kind of zone. I don't know, this feels really baity to me though, right? This feels really fucking baity if I'm being goddamn honest. Like, I'm not be surprised at all if we start to go lower a bit, lower, and then like right as these guys are about to get break even, and people start opening shorts here, we fucking just rip on all of them, right? Let's fucking reload the ship, reload the gas, and just later, got him. That's really what it's feeling like to me right now, to be fucking honest, but like right when they think they're about to get saved, yeet, got him. But so like that's why I'm like a little suspicious of like this one, right? Because like in the ideal world, these people are no longer under. Because until that happens, like this whole like yeet thing is like definitely in play. If we get past how would we phrase this one? You know what? I don't even know if we're gonna keep this, to be honest. I feel like you either get in on this one, like when we clean this box, and then do this. So like basically number 2. Even then, this is like such an awkward way to position yourself. Cause it's like, okay, if you do this, you're getting into short while they're underwater. Yeah, if you didn't get enough here, this is like a very awkward time to position yourself in the shorts. But I mean, whatever. At the end of the day, like, no, it's gonna be the first time that people are underwater and they get saved, so you don't have to fucking remain trapped. Especially if like just all the regular markets are nuking, etc. Open interest is just one form of edge out of the mini. Yeah, this is definitely an awkward juice box, especially for the short. Anything like this, the safest bet would be just kind of like failed auction forming here, right? Kind of give this thing some time. See if we end up doing like one of these. Because that'd be like a lot more of a high probability way to take this thing. The higher time frame. And you definitely want to wait for confirmation on that one, right? Because you don't want to like do that and then think like, oh, failed auction, and then it just, right? You definitely want to break this shit. Yeah. I'm trying to think, honestly, I'm actually like giving this a thought. I'm like half tired, half stumped.
She pulled back deep like retroceso. Then ride that wave sin pretexto. Cadera mueve como price and trend. Bounce down clean Fibonacci bend. She dip like algo, grip like pen. Hand that entry, click we send. No adivino, I calculate. She ride my line, I match her rate. She don't chase green, she make it bake. And when she drop, I seal that fate. Drop it low, and la golden. Bounce so tight, had to hold it. TP hit, now she own it. Math too clean, can't clone it. Drop it low, en la zona clave. Entry firme, nunca suave. Risk so sweet, como clave. Golden pocket, ella sabe. Yo la marco, ella entra en swing. Body moving like candles bring. Wick so deep, gotta hedge that sin. Stop so tight when I trade that thing. No lo dejo pa' después. Back destined on a dress. Price just
Everything is like the way this looks, right? It's like the angle of this. It's just odd, right? It's just a fucking odd way to put in the top there. On like declining volume too. We'll leave it like this for now, right? Leave it like this. We'll leave it like this for now. I'd definitely be careful with these bearish retests though. What are these doing right now? Oh, they have started to roll over a bit towards the VWAP.
Think I'm trading on testnet, cause I make it look too clean, said no one get rich that fast. Must be similar demo scheme, I place that bid, I hit that TP, now I'm somewhere you ain't seen. They trade with fear, I trade with cold, this price move bill off machine. Rolls outside and the seat still warm, penthouse trades and my wrist got storms. They hit margin, I hit Milan, they need signals, I move calm. Balance real, them feels hit fast. You still pray, I back this pass. My edge live, no fake account. You click hope,
I feel like this would be the best bet one though, like I don't know. Aside from the open interest, this is would be the best bet one probably. I like the bearish retest, so they just have to clean the gap. If it starts to go down and come back. But I don't even know honestly. The other thing is that this is so far away. Like if you wanted, like let's say you wanted to get a short like this, definitely possible. Definitely possible. So we'll say that, right? The bearish retest of all these levels of interest, plus the thing above in terms of which the data once you start blasting to all-time highs. I'd be careful though, I'd be definitely very careful, right? These people in the open interest, it's like a little suspicious, very suspicious actually. Me personally, I don't know if I'd be entertaining any of these. Like it's either this or the ones above. I don't know if I'd be entertaining any of the shorts below right now, personally. So that's kind of like why I'm having such a difficult time coming up with anything I feel good about. Cause I don't feel too good about these, to be honest. I have to see some like pretty interesting data in the moment to make me think like, yeah, okay, I'll take that short. Right now I'm having a hard time thinking like, unless we come all the way below, right, and do like the big bearish retest of this value area low. And even then, it depends on how open interest is looking, right? So we're gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna get out of here. So quick chat shout outs. Shout out to Rye Guy, it's kind of a fly guy. Shout out to Oliver. Shout out to Trader Sosa. Shout out to Harris. And not particularly eventful evening, right? We started here. We've gone down like not even $1,000, sitting at our yellow lines. Unfortunately, don't have too much of a long going. I do want to get into add back to the long, but might not be awake to be able to do it. Or maybe we'll kind of do the same thing that we've done in the past, where we kind of open like equal positions. Because right now we are in a pretty sizable short, and it is in profit, so could just open a long, secure some of that profit, and wake up and see where things are in the morning. But anyways, whatever. As per usual, shout out to everybody. Stay safe, don't get got, be patient, right? Wait for good setups, take trades when you have edge. If you don't take them. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow at the usual time. But yeah, I'm getting tired. The last like 10-15 minutes, I guess thinking about this is like drained the last of my brain power for the day. So, calling it a night. I'm out of here. We hope you guys have an amazing evening. Good luck with the trade, and we will see each other again soon. Later.